強敵と相まみえた時はリプレイを保存しておくといい。見直すことで発見を得ることも多いからな。対戦時の BGM はダンシングウィンドストームで頼むぞ。
Grimner, Jida. Grimner.
What do you think of Marvel? What do you think of Marvel? No Capcom. Character and because that good, huh?
Here begins Fate's episode.
Fake Glitch is that good, huh?
Versus Vayne.
I'm not gonna lie, Reverend, I was confused about that. It feels so awkward listening to the Marvel characters speak in Japanese. That was good, okay.
Battle 2. Engage. Excellent.
I think it looks cool. Looks like kind of like a combination of Marvel, Dragon Ball, and Guilty Gear. Oh, I agree. Still a game looks cool though. I think Marvel going to Arcs is basically them. It's basically to make a fighting game. I think it's just them saying, hey, we're kind of we kind of don't want you guys anymore. Make sure I go 4v4. Same. Honestly, same. So, even if you ignore the whole even if you make it where you only play one character, you don't have and you don't play the other three, you're still gonna have to play a freaking game that's going to include two characters being put on the screen at the same time with 3 assists backing them. Yes, I don't know about 4v4 as well. I was hoping they do a Skullgirls thing. But clearly not. I did like the DP. Gotta love warm-ups. Gotta love warm-ups. Yeah. That was bad. I just gotta run the fuck over.
Here begins Fate's episode. Grimner versus Vayne.
I still know it.
Believe in victory. Battle 1.
What's up, Vegan?
Battle 2. Engage.
Yeah, we'll see. But odds are just saying that we're not getting Marvel, that we're probably never getting Marvel vs. Capcom ever again. Game looks cool. Game looks cool though. Like I said, feels kind of weird listening to the characters speak Japanese though. It'll be one of the few times I actually play a fighting game and then immediately turn it to English. Does this mean Grand Loser? What do you mean?
Believe in victory. Battle 1.
Oh, you mean do I think that this means that Grand Blue is going to fall to the uni spots, and then that Marvel whatever it's called again is going to take Grand Blue spots? Honestly, probably. Like, I ain't gonna lie to you there, Sasa. Probably.
Battle 2. Engage.
Oh, great. Wait, you don't want Grand Blue today? No, Grand Blue. I'm going to. My stream didn't crash, right? Okay, no, it didn't. Okay, I'm not sure why I got.
Blue Fantasy Versus.
Not sure why I got booted out. That's also. So did you mean you don't want Grand Blue to die, or you don't want Uni to die? Because odds are if ArcSys decides to keep the three game tour alive, then Uni would be the one to go, and Grand Blue would stay. You don't want Grand Blue. Okay. I think Uni's the one that's going to go from the Arc tour. Like assuming that ArcSys adds the Marvel game to the tour and Marvel themselves don't make a tour or whatever, then more than likely it's going to be Uni that's going to go and Grand Blue will stay, because Grand Blue is a bigger game compared to Uni. Okay, dude. Is Grand Blue having server maintenance today that I'm just unaware of? Will they do all 4 games? I mean, it's possible. Oh wait, what's up, Moonback? I mean, it's possible they do all 4 games. I'm just saying that. I'm just saying that. But if they do only do 3 games and Marvel's coming in, then Grand Blue will stay and Uni will go. Is basically all I'm saying, Sasa. That was good, Chef.
勝ち負けにはあまり固執しすぎるな。楽しむことこそが上達の秘訣だと思うぞ。
And we're back. Whatever. Weird, but whatever. The match was over! I won already! The match was over! I won 2-0. What the fuck do you mean? What the hell do you mean I quit out? It didn't even...
You cheated!
It didn't, dude. It counted that as a loss for me. It gave me a loss.
This was okay!
It gave me a loss for that. Sure, move back. Why not? It gave me a loss for that. What the fuck? It says I rage quit, and it gave me a loss after the game kicked me out after I finished the second match against them. What the fuck, side games? That was dumb. Who am I maining? Who am I maining king? I don't freaking know, man. Storm maybe, because although she's gonna be quick and she's gonna be quick. Depending on what other type of weaponry Star-Lord has, maybe him. I'm not gonna lie, Aqua. I didn't lab his specifically. I thought it was the same. I thought it was the same. Actually, no, it was the same as the one that. Hang on. I still have the video up somewhere. The one, and so the reason why I said it was more reactable was because all the EU guys told me it was. I'll be honest, I didn't lab that one. Also when I tried it, it just looked more reactable. But then when I saw in the Discord that you said that this one is less reactable, I tried it again, and turns out if you delay the dash slightly, it becomes less reactable. If you dash it. If you dash sooner, it's more reactable than if you dash a little later. I read the Discord. I read the Discord when out of curiosity to see what if people came up with anything new for the mid screen. Saying that, and also there was a post I saw that someone made on Twitter of a new mid-screen route. Didn't save it, tried to find it, and then it couldn't find it. I was curious if anyone in the Discord posted it, so that's why I went there to look. But yeah, after testing this combo more, I realized that when I first tested it, I dashed at the basically the first possible instance. I also dashed down forward rather than straight down, therefore making it more reactable. So like when I first tested it, I did this. Not bad. Still not very consistent, as I said. So I did like that. Rather than I thought. Even then I did so too. So yeah, probably going. The one downside though to Yobu's combo is that it requires seals. Is the issue. So like if you go for this for a mix up or something, or if you had seals and you dashed in and caught him, then you won't be able to do it. That's the main downside to Yobu's combo. Yeah. And at least for me, Tornado was up for setups a lot more than seals are because of the freaking 10-second timer. But I plan on doing both, going for this version when I have seals available, and then going for my version when they're not. So basically, if I do this, get the hits. And then just immediately go into the combo that I've been doing since you have everything but seals. What's my favorite story game? Like you mean that game that revolves around a story? Xenoblade 3.
Here begins Fate's episode.
What's up, Bryce?
Vayne versus Grim.
Okay, well, I guess now I get match number 3 against him.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Yeah, that was fun. That was my first time ever actually playing Until Dawn 2. Looks like a mix of Marvel vs. Capcom and Dragon Ball Fighters and Guilty Gear Strive. Marvel no Capcom. Yeah, I just said Marvel no Capcom. I just called it Marvel no Capcom. But yeah, looks like a combination of those three. And I think it being a 4v4 is too much. Of course I am. Marvel vs. Capcom was the first fighting game I ever played. 3. Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3 was my first ever fighting game.
騎士が一鉢だよ。英雄を目指さんとする高潔なる汝の魂に幸あらんこと。
Nah, if they were going to back off from it being 4v4, they would have done it before the official announcement. It's gonna be a 4v4. No, I'm assuming it's going to be light, medium, heavy S, similar to Marvel vs. Capcom games, is what I'm assuming at least. Also, basically almost every ArcSys game nowadays seem to all be 4-button fighters pretty much. Strive is a 4-button fighter. Granblue is a 4-button fighter. Uni is a 4-button fighter. They have extra buttons for things like specials and stuff like that, but the primary option of light, medium, heavy, and whatever tend to always be 4 buttons rather than light, medium, heavy punch, light, medium, heavy kick. And at the moment, the most likely character I'm going to play of the characters currently announced probably is Storm, but I'll see. Oh yeah, true, it's got Dust. Yeah, never mind, you're right. Sorry, 5-button. Punch, kick, slash, heavy slash, Dust. Forgot about Dust. I bet. I'm going to assume, knowing the fact that it's going to be a 3 assist option, I'm going to assume. Yeah, well, I said ArcSys game. City of Wolves is not an ArcSys game.
Here begins Fate's episode. Vayne versus Grimner.
No, they're not going to put a guard button in a Marvel tag fighting game. At least I sure hope not.
Engage.
It's possible. I just said I hope not. Yeah, there's going to be simple inputs and technical inputs. How they're going to be different, I don't know, but we'll find out. What's up, NXT? What's up, Azzy? Yep, I agree. It's also they did a good way, and I don't give a ton of credit to DNF Duel for a ton of stuff, but they did a good way too. Hey, you know me. Hey, you know me. Hit the. They're awkward over. I always go. If I see something new that's more optimal or better than what I'm doing, I will learn it and I will use it. That looks silly. He put a shield down right smack dab on top of the tornado. I honestly, I'd rather them have removed the. I'd rather them have removed the high-low mix and kept the fuzzy. Fuzzy's more consistent anyways. Fuzzy's more consistent and a better way to get rid of breakpoints. And it doesn't cost meter most of the time. What's up, episode? Since that was like 4 matches in a row against that guy, I'm just going to pause it. Wait. How good do you have to be to fuzzy block consistently? Not particularly. It honestly depends on what you're fuzzy guarding. Unless you mean blocking a fuzzy, in which case no one's that good. But if you just mean fuzzy, just basic fuzzy blocking, but not really. Just take some getting used to is all. But yeah, we'll see what happens with the simple and which was the technical inputs of Marvel, and we'll also be. Well, I'm sure we're going to get a lot of characters between now and the game's release sometime next year, because I know people were talking about 2XKO's 10-character roster, and of course, but that is a 2v2 game, so safe to assume for a 4v4 game, we're probably going to get a decent chunk. Also, ironically, hang on, let me double check something before I actually say it. Before I say something that's false. Yeah, so Dragon Ball at 21, 2XKO is 10. I'm going to assume. Okay, sorry. Okay, one more thing. NBC. Base roster size. Infinite had 30. I'm going to assume this Marvel game is going to be in the 30s. 30s to 40. For a 4v4 game. I don't know. It's kind of hard to say specifically how many characters are going to be in a base roster to 4v4 games, since we've never had that before. And it's not that bad, so also, like I said, it just takes a bit of getting used to. The Marvel one? No. The Marvel one won't be a free game. 2XKO is going to be a free game, but Marvel's not. Yobu, I just hit a I just hit a vein with this. Good or bad, how's it? There's been alright, but Mako, a mix of playing some Grand Blue, some Hearthstone, and some Elden Ring. Basically made up most of my day, and then of course discussing Marvel stuff with people on Twitter, and getting in an argument with one guy about Marvel versus 2XKO. farther or what, yo? Not worth it. Oh, 1,000%. The reason why we haven't gotten a game since Marvel Infinite is because of arguments and disagreements between Marvel and Capcom. They do not like each other. Close enough. Ah. Yeah.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
I don't know. Maybe it was a part of the agreement. Apparently, this Capcom game or this Marvel fighting game has been in the works for years. Apparently, so maybe it's in the agreement. Capcom can re-release the Marvel vs. Capcom games, but in return Marvel can make a new fighting game without them. I don't know, I'm just making shit up.
Battle 2. Engage.
And fair enough, yeah. But the cool thing about your setup is that I can technically do your setup into my setup. I'm really bad at dodging that parry right now. Pew, 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 pew. And rip my heavy. Yes, it is also a good setup too. I will not argue that. No, I don't know why I went for that against a character with a parry. Have I seen it? Yeah, I posted it in the Discord.
食分で献身すること
GG's, Moose.
大義なりいつもあったかい食事のために頑張ってくれてありがとうな俺もできることあれば手伝う
Yeah, so I don't know. So, one thing I'm going to be very curious about when for next month. So next month we're going to get a 2xKO character because we got one last year right before Evo. We got one the year before that right before Evo. So we're going to get a 2xKO character next month. So the big question for me is, are people still going to be talking smack on 2xKO next month like they are right now? That's one thing I'm going to be very curious about. And also besides it being really strong, what I had meant was, and the chance that this doesn't kill, but you get the hits. Since you don't have seals available, you could then go into the setup I've been using. So you can tank. So if you do one on the first hit and you don't think it's going to kill, you could then go for the other one for the second one. I'm just saying it as an example. Primarily if you hit him low, because if you hit him low, it's not as much damage. And there have been times where I put the tornado up, run up, throw, and they got hit by a tornado, and it didn't kill. So there have been times where that's happened. Top 3 of the chart, sure. I can actually. I'll just pull up the chart. Hang on. So welcome to this month's chart. So the top 3 for the top 3 for everybody. Shocker is Gallians. Everyone's playing the new character. Then Beatrix, then Narmaya. And Master and Grandmaster, Narmaya is actually now the #1 most played character, followed by Vera and Sandalphon. And then S+ and S++. You have Galleon, then you got Sandalphon, and then you have Beatrix. And in case you're wondering, where's Grimnir? Where is the top 1 strongest character in the game in his own tier? Well, oh yeah, shout out to Vasaraga being top 4 now. Well, about that. Yeah, about that. Oops. Alright, shout out to Matera tanking, by the way. Well, almost. There he is. He's gone down 0.3%. He's gone down 0.3%. He's 29th in the Grandmaster ranked usage rate. And if you're wondering, where's the overall? Well, yeah, we fell 0.3% in Master and Grandmaster. And best part is, that's just Master and Grandmaster. If you want to know where he was overall, yeah, he wasn't any of these, by the way. So we gotta keep on going down a little bit further in the overall category. And there we are. We went down 0.44%. We're now 33rd in the overall usage rates. So we're 29th in the Master Grandmaster usage rate, going down 0.3, and we're now down to 33rd, going down 0.44% in the overall. When it comes to overall, we're only played more than Eustace, Lancelot, Lunalu, and Honore. Oh yeah, and by the way, Honore now has a lower usage rate overall than Lunalu. If that's not the... and S+, S++ too. If that's not the saddest thing you've ever seen, I don't know what is. Not sure how a character is less played than Random Select, but apparently both S Plus and S Plus Plus and overall, Honore has found a way to do that. But yeah, so funnily enough, we went down in usage rates, but we didn't go down as much as Percival did. Percival went down 0.5%, despite receiving 0 nerfs, and the few characters that were competing with him for the best character, at least in my opinion, getting nerfed. So this is this is still the most confusing thing ever to me. But yeah, so Grimnir is played more than only Lancelot, Eustace, Catalina, Vicola, Seox, Percival, Honore, and Random Select. It's because they don't like his mustache. Because they don't like his mustache, and they don't understand how Frieza's voice is coming out of this character. Yeah, I really thought that Seox and Percival were more. Well, actually, no. I knew Percival wasn't very popular, but I'm surprised. I thought Seox was more popular than this. Like, I knew Percy wasn't very popular because every time we look at the ranked leaderboards, Percival always has one of the lowest Grandmaster requirements. But I thought Seox was more played than this. Yeah, Vicola went down 0.4%. Catalina went down 0.7%. Jesus Christ, is that the highest drop-off? 0.72. 0.62 from Sora's. What happened to Sora's to make him go down 0.6%? I think I was in the stairs too. Almost a full % increase for Vayne. 0.6% drop for Matera. How'd Lucilius go up? How'd Avatar go up? Yeah, Frieza's Japanese voice. Where's his name? Why did Neela go up 0.8? Why did Charlotta go down 0.7? I understand why Gran went down 0.6. I bet you people bought the deluxe, I bet you more people bought the game, and that's why Gran went down. Versusia went down a full percentage point and is still the 5th most played character. And yeah, so Catalina, Catalina has the 2nd biggest drop-off of any character in Master or Grandmaster, behind only Versusia. Yes, talks because she can't be fuzzy by Grimnir anymore. Aqua, I know you're baiting me, but I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it anyways. I don't care. She couldn't be fuzzy by him anyways. I know you're baiting me. Shut up. But that's something I wanted to say it anyways. I don't care. Maybe you should pick up all the lowest played characters in the game. Yeah, I don't see Sandalphon very often either. Who's this? Oh, Zeta is played more than Grimnir is. By a decent chunk overall too. Almost a full percentage points. Oh yeah, Japan all think that Sandalphon is like the top 5, is like a top 5, top 6, whatever strongest character in the game. Like they like all at least have him in the top 10. Some of them having him top 5. Ada S. 16% of people are playing Galleon in Ada S. Only 12% in BC or D. Well, right now she's my most hated. That'll change in a week and a half. It'll either be I don't hate any, I only hate my bad matchups, or I hate whoever eliminates me. Anyways, back to gaming. But yes, that's this month's character usage rates. Oh yeah, Aqua Yobu question for Vossaraga and I think Ladiva as well. Actually, let me check before check real fast for Ladiva too. Yeah, so for Vossaraga and Ladiva, what do you guys do when you hit up low? What do you go for? Since what I normally do is 2L, 5L, or heavy, but it doesn't work. But I don't reach the seal on the really tall people or the big people. Yeah, so. Ah, okay, yeah, but yeah, see, so again. Oh, yeah, so like watch against Ladiva, it's the same thing with Vossaraga. When I go low, I don't reach the seal. But when I go do it again, oops. Just do Siegfried, for example. I reached the seal. Yeah, true. That is the big difference between Yobu's setup and mine, is that you get the full refund. Ah, well, there you go. But yeah, not like it really matters all too much technically when using your setup, just because of the fact that you get the 25% back anyways. Are there that I might remember that for? I think I can on Bubs and. Yeah, I think it's literally just Voss and Ladiva. I think I can literally do it against everybody else. Yeah, it's just Voss and Ladiva. Although now I want to check something. Yeah, it makes sense. It's just them. Okay, yeah, so we're fine on characters for that. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. And worst comes the worst. Worst comes the worst against the two of them. If I forget and do and go for heavy anyways out of habit, as long as I remember before the dash comes up. I can literally just go straight into that. Cause since you get the refund, you technically don't need to do anything really in order to be able to get the 100% on this setup, since you do indeed get the refund. Also, biggest disappointment of losing fuzzies. It's not being able to do this anymore. Now I can only do it again. Now I can only do it against people who are just standing up for no reason. Now you gotta get him with the throw baits. Which is gonna be much more difficult to set up. Especially since the vast majority of people, odds are, if you have the freaking install activated, the last thing they're going to do is try to tech a throw with a throw. Some will.
Here begins Fate's episode.
Close H. Yeah, true.
Versus Grimner.
That used to be my go-to way to get into the install. Yeah. Yeah, nah. You pretty much can only go into it now if you get the counter hit heavy in the corner while they're standing. I do this? This doesn't kill. I am so bad. I'm bad. I could have killed. I had 1 BP. I could have killed with the tornado combo. That could have been bad. That could have been bad. Oops. No one saw that. That's too late. He probably could have comboed though. I tried for a Q confirm. Didn't work. I tried to land jab, ultimate lariat, but I didn't get the jab. So I just got lariat. And yeah, if you lariat the empty air and then miss, yeah.
Here begins Fate's episode. Grimner versus Eustace.
What's up, Sen? Sorry about that Marvel. How about that Marvel state of play? Yeah, we're good. Yeah, you guys might be dealing. You guys might be dealing with me playing a lot of team fighters next year. Next year might end up being I'm going to have Grand Blue just off on the side as I put all my time in practice playing these tag fighters. Again, let's relax on the 2x KO thing and how they're and how they're going to compete, because let's not forget 2SKO is coming out before Marvel does. So that's something to worry about. Again, I freaking dash into your legs. Yeah, Yobu figured it out, and after other people who were smarter than me did testing, and they found it better than the one I normally do, while at the same time giving you a meter refund. And this is why it's always good. This is why it's always good to have people smarter than you. It's always good to know people smarter than you. They lab, I steal. There goes the grinding of boots tonight's going alright. Won every game so far tonight, besides the first one. No, you 10,000% saw Strive wall break in the game. Sorry to tell you, but 1,000% you saw Strive wall break. How you doing, though, Zambi? So yeah, like I said, I'm not saying that Marvel token, whatever the hell the game is called again. I'm not saying that game isn't going to end up being bigger than 2SKO and end up being the biggest fighting game or the biggest tag fighter ever or whatever or blah 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 blah. I'm just saying I think we need to slow down a little bit on it. And then especially all the people I'm seeing saying, oh yeah, 2XKO is cooked now. 2SKO is dead on arrival. I have no idea how 2SKO is going to compete with Marvel, etc., etc. So I'm just like, it's like, to be fair, maybe. But at the same time, slow down, please. 2SKO hasn't come out yet, and that's coming out later this year, and Marvel doesn't even come out this year. So it's like, can we please? So it's like, is it possible that Marvel will just boot 2SKO out? Yes, it is. Is it likely? I don't think so, but some do, which is fine because it is very possible. But I think it's a little early to say that is for sure going to happen. I had a mini argument with someone on Twitter who said it's already a lock and guarantee. That Riot doesn't care about the game. That's why they're only releasing 10. That's why they're only releasing the game with 10 characters, etc. And they're just waiting to see if the game flops, and if it does, they'll just drop the game entirely. I'm just like, okay. King Wexton, thanks for following. I appreciate it. So I'm just like, okay, it's possible that Marvel will be the biggest tag fighter ever, the biggest fighting game in the FGC, etc., etc., etc. But let's freaking slow down a little bit on proclaiming that.
Here begins Fate's episode. Grimner versus Zeta.
Do you think Granblue and Strive would die from those games, or not? 2SKO and Marvel, whatever? Uni is going to fall. Uni is going, and Mortal Kombat are going to fall before that. Because don't forget at the same time, NetherRealms has already proclaimed that there is not going to be any more updates of any kind for Mortal Kombat 1. So if anything, at least as of right now, it would not, such as in, yeah, more than likely, and Injustice 3 is coming because of that. Yeah, so more than likely, what's going to happen if you take Evo for consideration or whatever, right? So Evo's got eight games, of the games that are probably not going away, Street Fighter and Tekken, obviously. I'd be shocked if Guilty Gear goes away from this. Fatal Fury's going to be around for at least a little while longer. We'll see what happens once the EWC ends. And then odds are Grand Blue will stay, at least for the time being. So more than likely Grand Blue is going to end up being like the third man out. So basically, once 2XKO and Marvel come out, assuming that they keep 2 tag fighters, which it wouldn't surprise me if they did, depending on how big the 2 games end up being. Then more than likely the first 2 to go are going to be Mortal Kombat and Under Night. And so you probably don't have to worry about Grand Blue going until Injustice 3 comes out. Then you'll probably have to start worrying a little bit. Mortal Kombat's gone from France, not from Vegas. No, people aren't comparing it to 2XKO. People are saying people are already saying it's going to be better, and is going to immediately kill 2XKO the moment it arrives.
Believe in victory. Battle 1.
Yeah, so more than likely, my bet is that Mortal Kombat is going. Or that Mortal Kombat and Grand Blue and Under Night are going to go. And then Grand Blue is going to end up being like Grand Blue is going to be the one in danger of going bye-bye next. That's what I think, at least.
Battle 2. Engage.
But that's just a guess. After all, there's always the chance that people are going to say nope, we can only have one tag fighter at a time. And if they do, then there's a chance that means we're going to see one of them be kicked out really quickly. But my bet is both are going to be around at the end of next year. and depending on how long till Injustice comes out, Unite and MK will go.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
風走る風走る風走る
Hey, it's perfectly okay to say you're not a fan of 2XKO. So I'm really excited. For Marvel, and I think I'm gonna like it more. That is 100% okay. I just think the people that are saying 2XKO is dead with this announcement, I think are doing it, are calling it a little quick. Is all my side of it is. Oh, Token 1000% looks like it's going to be the next party tag. Okay, I think the best way. I don't know if it's a good way to put it, but I guess we'll put it. I guess I'll put it this way. You have games like Street Fighter, right? You have the basic footsie game. You have the main 3D game, which is Tekken. You have the faster anime style fighters. So you got things like Guilty Gear, or currently for Grand Blue, but then or Under Nights. Then you just always have whatever NetherRealms is. And then comes the tag fighters. 2XKO seems to be trying to not be exactly the typical anime tag fighter, while at the same time also trying to be, which honestly I think is kind of hurting them. I think more than it's helping. They're like trying to make a anime tag fighter that's not as crazy as anime tag fighters, which is definitely a little odd. So that might be hurting them. And then this Marvel game with 3 assists, with being 4v4 and 3 assists, definitely makes it seem like it wants to be the next absolute hell on earth, fill the screen with everything known to mankind, party style, full on anime style tag fighter. So it seems like 2XKO and Marvel, how's it called again? and Marvel no Capcom. I'll just call it that. I don't care. And Marvel no Capcom seems to be going for basically as crazy an anime tag fighter as possible. So I think if anything, this is probably going to be the biggest difference between tag fighters I think possibly the FGC has ever had at the same time. In a matter of speaking, and what I mean by that is Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite and Dragon Ball Fighters came out at the same time, right? But they both kind of had similar niches pretty much, or they both play kind of similar. They both called assists. There wasn't as much tagging as Marvel Infinite, of course, but they both called assists. They both used assists for mix-ups. They both did flashy long crazy combos. 2SKO seems to be not using the assists as much for mix-ups. Seems to be primarily except for with the tag function, and seems to involve a lot of whiff punishing and footsies, which is very weird for an anime tag fighter. And then Marvel no Capcom seems to be entirely full-on anime tag fighter mode. So I think if there's ever a chance for two tag fighters to exist at the same time, it probably could be these two, because they are very different from each other. Again, this is all just assuming, because, you know, all we've seen so far is a 2.5-minute trailer. But it seems like 2XKO is trying to be the bridge between traditional fighters and anime tag fighters, where Marvel no Capcom just sails past the Marvel no Capcom is just a literal tank that just destroys the bridge and says nope, no bridge allowed. This is full monkey mode. How long did it take for DBZ to get knocked off of Evo? Last year. So last year was 24, so 6 years. That was the first time Dragon Ball became a side event. It was still a main game in 23. And even when Marvel was the throwback game, it was Dragon Ball was 5th most signed up for, and Marvel was 4th. So still had a lot of signups for both tag games, which is why I think it is technically possible, assuming both games come out and are both well received. Because you know 2XKO can come out, it could suck, everyone hates it, then everyone just stops playing it. Or Marvel could come out and it could be the next coming of Marvel Infinite and everyone hates it and no one plays it. So assuming both come out and are both well received, I do think it is possible technically for both tag fighters to make it. But yeah, there is definitely a chance though that next year's Grand Blue, depending on when Injustice comes out, could potentially be Grand Blue Rising's last main stage appearance for Evo. Because I'm assuming neither Injustice nor Marvel comes out until after next Evo. If they both come out before next Evo, that's something else entirely, but I don't see that happening. So my guess is that next year might be the final main stage appearance of Rising. When you say not as crazy as tag fighters, I'm not quite sure you'll follow what you mean. So basically what I mean is, think Dragon Ball right now, right? Think Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Think Marvel Infinites for as little as you know, as people know about that game. Think of the crazy mix-ups, the giant full screen specials, the 20-minute long combos, like basically all of the flashy things that make anime tag fighters what you know of for anime tag fighters. Now think of what Riot has done to 2XKO. Does that sound like what Riot is currently doing to 2XKO? Is basically what I'm getting at. I'm not saying 2SKO isn't going to be crazier or flashier or whatever than Street Fighter or Guilty Gear or these 1v1 style games. I'm not saying that, But if you think of 2XKO, at least in its current state, since they toned everything down, compared to Dragon Ball FighterZ, Marvel Infinite, Marvel 3, Net Impact, which is coming out in 2 weeks. What you've seen in the 2-minute trailer for Marvel No Capcom. 2XKO just seems to be trying to be an in-between style tag fighter. Is basically what I'm getting at. Is basically what I mean by an in-between type of tag fighter, where it's not super hectic, crazy, but it is still a tag fighter in its core. I hope what I'm saying makes sense. Looky, what if Fatal Fury gets booted off? It's possible, alright? So basically, it is possible that this year for the EWC, Fatal Fury's in it, so everyone's freaking out, trying to qualify for that, etc., etc., etc. And of course, the $1.5 million first place prize for the finals. Next year, there's a chance that they're not going to offer $1.5 million again, and then you're going to see a massive fall off of Fatal Fury players. And then odds are Grand Blue is going to still going to be in Evo next year, and of course so will Fatal Fury. But the year after that, if there is a massive fall off from if let's just say Fatal Fury doesn't go to the EWC again, and the SNK Finals lowers the prize pool, and then we see Fatal Fury drop like what KOF does, there is technically a chance that we could have Fatal Fury drop and Grand Blue stay. Again, this is 2 years from now, but this is literally all assumptions at this point. This is all just pure assumptions, pretty much, just trying to figure out ways for Grand Blue to stay, pretty much. Because the issue is right now we have Street Fighter, we have Street Fighter, we have Tekken, we have Fatal Fury, we have Guilty Gear, we have Grand Blue, we have Under Night, we have Mortal Kombat 1. Right, these 7 are the current games we have at Evo. Then the 8th game is the throwback game. So basically, if we want to add games, we need to take away games, pretty much. So we want to add 2XKO, then we remove one, right? And so we want to add 2XKO. We'll take out MK1 because that's kind of the obvious one to take out. Assuming the Marvel games come out after Evo next year, then basically the odds are that's going to be the lineup for next year. Either Under Night or Mortal Kombat is going to be removed for Evo, and then 2XKO will take its place. The year after is when things are going to get more than likely very confusing. I'm just going to pause this again as I continue my rant, because that's when things are going to get a little odd, because more than likely SNK right now, NetherRealms is currently working on Injustice 3, so when that comes out, that more than likely will take a spot. So assuming let's just say 2XKO took out Under Night spots, Injustice will take Mortal Kombat spots. But then we have the Marvel fighting game. So then, if you think about it, ignoring Injustice and Under Night, we have Street Fighter, which will never be taken out, Tekken, which will never be taken out. Right? Those two will forever and always be there. So basically, that means we're either going to have to drop Fatal Fury, we're going to have to drop Strive, or we're going to have to drop Grand Blue. And so that's what's going to end up happening for the 2027 Evo. I know that's 2027, right? And it's 2025 right now. We haven't even had Evo 2025 yet. But that's basically what the situation is going to be for 2027, more than likely, assuming that Injustice comes out next year along with the Marvel fighting game. Is that either Guilty Gear, Grand Blue, or Fatal Fury is going to have to go, assuming Evo doesn't shoot up their lineup to 9 games rather than 8. And as much as I don't want to say it, more than likely Granblue is probably going to be the one to go. But that is based again on pure assumptions of A, will Granblue even still be having new characters, new patches, and everything still supported by then? Because like I said, that is 2 years from now, and that's more support than the initial Granblue got. Will Strive finally be done? Because at this point, Strive has been out for how long now? 5 years, 6 years, something like that. I think 5 years now. So there's a decent chance by the time Strive is in year 7, then Arxis probably will have moved on, possibly make the next Guilty Gear game, or they'll be working on I don't know, another BlazBlue game. I don't know. So maybe Guilty Gear will be the one to go, or Fatal Fury will see a massive drop. We'll see a massive drop off as SNK games, unfortunately, do tend to have happen. Again, these are all, but if those 3 games are going to be added to the lineup, then either Strive, Fatal Fury, or Granblue is going to go. And if we look at current states, odds are that will be Granblue. But there's no way of knowing in 2 years, because who the hell knows if Granblue is still going to be getting support, if Guilty Gear Strive will be still getting support, or if Fatal Fury manages to avoid the typical SNK drop-off. I don't know. It's also all speculation, but again, it's also a speculation that both 2XKO and the Marvel fighting game both are well received. That is a entirely separate conversation as well, and one that there's been plenty of on Twitter. That's it today since the initial announcement. Any issues with Fatal Fury? Not that I'm aware of. Fatal Fury is dropped off a bunch. If it did, I do have a guess on why. Fatal Fury has dropped 22% over the last 30 days. And yeah, Rising on Steam still has a higher average than Fatal Fury does. But you're right, Sasa. But yeah, what's up, Dur? You're a newbie in training, want to fight. If you're a newbie, probably shouldn't fight me. Is all I'll say there. More than likely, the reason for the drop-off there, Rice, and unfortunately, as Sasa said, no one really trusts SNK, and most people don't, and most people that play SNK games have always played SNK games, and people that don't play SNK games try SNK games, and then typically end up dropping them not long after.
Here begins Fate's episode. Grimner versus Fastiva. Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
So I don't even know if I can say or specifically should say if it's anything Fatal Fury's doing wrong, or it's just that basically no one just. Dude, if you're again, let me say this: if you're intimidated by a master rank, then yeah, you definitely should not fight me.
Battle 2. Engage. Great.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I typically destroy most people who are master.
Battle 3. Engage.
I'm probably top. I don't know. What do you guys think I am in the world? Top 20? Top 25? What do you guys think? What do you guys think I am in the world?
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage. Great. Great.
Oh, that was a wake up DP. Thanks, yeah. What was that again? Oh, do I have any interest in the 1.5 million? Something.
Battle 2. Engage.
Would I like to win the 1.5 million? Yes. Will that happen? Probably not. I'm just not good against fighting the divas. I'm always wrong. I say you, Aqua. I don't know. Can you name another Grimnir? It's literally YouTube. It's literally like Yobu Aqua. It's literally YouTube. Of course, the one time I don't bait the throw when I go for a delayed button, it's the one time you freaking the super. Yo, Kazunkai, appreciate the rate of 5, dude. No, Zenith is not the second best Grimnir NA.
Believe in victory. Battle 1.
So yeah, this grow potential woman is not mother. Who, Galleon? Yeah, more and more people are starting to figure out. Oh, she's not actually. Oh, she's not actually good. Yeah, no, I said NA. No. Yeah, no. I think at this point it's pretty clear. I think for the most part, most people are pretty confident that it's me and Zenith as top 1 and 2. How you doing though, Kazunka? How's your stream?
Battle 2. Engage.
But yes, would I like to win? Would I like to win that 1.5 million? Absolutely. Who wouldn't? But more than likely once 2x KO comes out, I'm probably dropping Fatal Fury, and then once Marvel comes out, I would for sure be dropping it if I wasn't already. Finished right, nice.
Battle 3. Engage.
Well, odds are if you qualify, odds are you get a trip stay for free more than likely. So. I think the fact that no one has a clue who the second best Grimnir NA is, I think probably is a sign that Grimnir probably isn't top 1 in his own tier, as some people claim he is.
Here begins Fate's episode.
Not really.
Lucifer versus Grimnir.
I don't say it doesn't really matter who the number one Grim is either.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
The only thing that really matters pretty much is what rank you are across every player, regardless of character. When it comes to competing, that matters more than top whatever player for whatever character. We can call me top 1 Grimnir or whatever all we want, but in the end, me as the top 1 Grimnir didn't even make it out of pools at Worlds, so it doesn't really matter. Grim's still good? Yes, she is still good. Just that his Oki got weaker. Robbery.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
I really should make that a command.
Battle 2. Engage.
Okay.
Marvelous. Excellent.
Oh, missing by that much.
Battle 3. Engage.
Zane giving me a Zane FGC. That's alright. Double trouble, big trouble's gonna follow you. Team Rocket Drunken. If anyone else pick one of these characters: Andre, Lancelot, Percival, Anila, Zoe, Galleon, Lowain, Catalina, Vera, Soras, Cag, or Sandalphon. Percy. Move him up on the most played list. It's Marvin, baby. What's up, Christy? No, people normally just ask, and and for the most part I say okay. That being said, Sasa. Another reason why I didn't really respond, just cause like it's like, are you sure you want to? No Capcom character in Marvel vs. Marvel. Like I said, I mean we can. And we'll play first to 5 then, or first to 10. We'll play a first to 10, or we'll do a first to 5 because I don't want to make you cry. And password is 1234. Room name is Z. Your day 0 Ghost Rider strongest soldier already. Right now I'm probably looking at Iron Man, Storm, Doctor Doom, and Star-Lord. That's probably what I'm currently looking at. Storm probably the one I'll be most curious about, since in previous Marvel games she had good mix and good zoning potential. So if she continues that trend, yeah. But we'll see on that one. All right, Sasa. Of course, right? Zane makes all the children cry.
Grimner versus Galleon.
After all, just look at this ugly mug. Makes children cry. Makes women run away in fear. Nope, Zane. Good patience. I did not know that. I guess I was like, oh, I'm gonna lose 10 in a row, then go cry. Meanwhile, wins the first round. That works. 10 is cool. Well, not very good at that combo yet. I don't think I'm happy. I don't see me maining Ghost Rider. I've tried those chain / whip like characters, but never been a big fan. I was underneath that rock. top 5 Grand Blue characters right now. Top 5 characters right now are probably Percival, Grimnir, not necessarily in this order. Percival, Grimnir. Probably versus probably. I still think Versusia and Beatrix are both still top 5. Ooh. And maybe Belial for the last one. No, I think Zeta has moved out. I think Zeta has moved out of the top 5 at this point from the loss of her fuzzy. I'll be honest, I don't know what to do with Boss. Like, in all honesty, I don't know what to do with Boss. Boss seems super annoying and super annoying, incredibly stupid. But I legitimately don't freaking know what to do with him. So I don't know if he's legitimately that broken, or if I'm literally just because I'm not great at fighting him, which is also a definite possibility. That's kind of my issue. Loki's never top 5 outside except on release. Release is a very weird point in time to think about, just because that was the time of the undisputed top 0 character in Nier. But Zeta probably was top 5 though at that time, along with Nier, Siegfried, Seox, and Vegeta. But yeah, I don't think Zeta is top 5 right now. Boss could be top 5, and if I'm removing a character, it's probably going to be. I probably would take out Versusia, but I still think she is borderline still top 5, and even if you do take her out, because yes, the nerfs did hurt her. But I still think she is incredibly broken though. It's just that you now have to legitimately know how to play the character now, where before you could get away with not knowing and still win anyways. So if I do end up deciding on Boss being top 5 once I get a bit more feel of my character besides just me being bad at fighting him, then replace Versusia with Boss and then call it a day, and that probably would be my top 6. Is Beatrix fun to play? Not for me personally, but I don't like shows. But I know many people that do like playing her though, so.
Grimner versus Cagliostro.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, Zeta is still very strong. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying you're going to see. I'm just going to saying at least in my opinion, you're going to see a bigger drop off of Zeta on the tier list compared to Grimnir, because although Grimnir is hurt by the loss of his fuzzy, I think Zeta is more hurt by the loss of her fuzzy.
Battle 2. Engage.
And yes, playing Beatrix and basically having no losing matchups is fun in its own rights. Playing a character with basically no losing matchups probably is fun. I wouldn't know, but I wouldn't know despite what people will tell you, but. What I think about 100 game? I tried the demo. I have not tried the demo. Primarily because I'm going to Florida in 8 days. And since I'm going to Florida in 8 days, I don't want to go play something I'm not going to be playing in Florida. We might mess around with it a bit once I get back. Maybe. And the current plan is I'm going to go to Boston. Current plan is I'm going to Boston in July to try to get Arc World Tour points. But we'll see. From when I played though, while I was at Evo, or when I did the exhibition at Evo, the game is fun. It doesn't look very pretty, but the game is fun.
Battle 2. Engage.
And yeah, Zambi, that is a new high-low setup. Well, it's not necessarily new. It's been around for a while, but it's new that I am doing it. Alright, the game definitely looks better. It's just unfortunate. It's just the game still looks like it's a $40 game, like $30-$40 game on Steam, but they're still charging $60 for it. With Switch games being $80, kind of. Man, I don't know. Especially now with the Marvel game also being announced. I already wasn't sure if I was going to be getting an Impact because I wasn't sure how much time I'd be spending on it. But more than likely, man. No, I'm leaning towards probably not even getting it. That dropped. Alright, you know it, you love it. Block one check. Good job.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Most people. Even people who I know use the block button. I do every once in a while just to try to catch them slipping one every once in a while. I catch them every once in a while.
Battle 2. Engage.
Alright, fine. For no other reason, pretty much, and then just to show that I'm willing to do it. That's good. No, you might have been dead if I did a better combo.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
You guys saw that, right? Please tell me someone else saw that.
Battle 2. Engage.
I guess Kag has the same bug that Grim does. What happened? Your ultimate trap was invincible. Yeah. I think most people that use pad use the D-pad, not the stick. GG Sasa. No crying. Alright, I will do these dancing. I'll do bloody blood, stabby stabs, dancing feet in order to make you not cry. I never seen the invisible Cag trap before. That was a new one. I had a good reaction to that. So here's Seals. There's Ultimate Trap. There goes Ultimate Trap. And boom. I guess Cag has the same bug that Grim does. I'm probably not going to lose any bum-ass Grim unranked. No. If I knew that trap was still there, I would have not have dashed straight into it. I've done many stupid things in this game, and I will continue to do stupid things in this game, but that's probably not the highest up there on my list of stupid things that I typically do. At least not on purpose. I definitely dashed towards that with a purpose. The Legend of Rackham. The Legend of the Voice of Sanji. Sasa's got these emotes on lock. No. Grimnir's got the same bugs, so I guess it ain't. Grimnir's got the same bugs, so I guess it makes sense Cag does too. 9:30. No, it's only 9:30. We'll play for a while longer.
Grimner Jida. Grimner versus Jida.
You steal PB and Chase. Okay, that's funny. Those that are not better than me destroy me with stupid shit. They definitely went above and beyond with the lobby system of this game. That sounds like all the more reason for you to steal them.
Here begins Fate's episode. Galleon versus Grimner. Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
I play Grimnir, so obviously I never gap anyone. I'm just really bad at the game, but I'm carried by my character though. So. That shit is active. What the fuck? I thought for sure that ult grab missed. Damn, that shit's active.
Battle 2. Engage.
Yeah, I heard rumors about a Marvel tag fighter happening, but rumors like that are a dime a dozen. I swear to God. And I definitely didn't hear any rumors about it being a freaking 4v4. That's what I thought was going to happen last time. Technically, you predicted a Marvel vs. Capcom 4v4. So technically, you were wrong. I'll jump again. Guess she dies for it. That is fair. It is a good emote.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
No. Yeah, probably the thing that nobody expected from the next Marvel versus whichever game. Turns out it ended up being Marvel versus Marvel, but I think the one thing nobody expected from the Marvel versus Marvel game, Marvel versus Capcom game, Marvel versus DC game, Marvel versus whatever game, is that it would be made by Arxis. Yeah, there are a few people who I used to hang out on their streams quite a bit who haven't seen stream in a long time. Makes me wonder how they're doing. One of them stopped in the stream like a year ago, said he was doing good, so I was happy to hear that. But yeah, there are a few other streamers who I just haven't heard from in a long time. Hope they're doing well with whatever they're doing though. I literally got the first draft of my new stream layout today, actually. So it is happening. I am finally getting what you guys asked for, which is smaller Zane and bigger game. All right, you guys are fine. All right, so you guys are finally getting what you asked for. Got first draft of it today. And don't worry. Even without him meaning to, there is a place for bongo beers. I don't think. Is this big enough? Is this a big enough Zane? Zane is stretched and game is squished. Yeah. So Zane is a bit more. Zane is more rectangular than what my camera is supposed to be. Therefore, making me a bit more stretched than what I would be otherwise. And the game is more square than rectangular. But that just ends up being how the thing ended up working. Extreme close-ups. Duck. Will I be fixing the new one? This is the face of what the fuck is going on. I just saw that game. Let me look at the thing again. So the Zane box is much more square. So Zane should be less stretched. And because the game is going to be wider, because it's covering more of the screen, the game should be less squished. Will it be 100% fixed? Probably not. Will it be exactly fixed? Probably not, but it should be better, I think. Hang on, I go. Duck! Hang on, I got you, Rev. Just because everything's 1,000 points, I'll just make this 1,000 points as well. There you go, 1,000. There you go. If you refresh your page, there is a new redemption called Close-Up Stare. Yeah, I need to. I still need to. I still need to add that clip that Reverend had posted in the redemption thing.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
Close up there. There you go. How's that? Well, I think that's the point of that redemption. Although I'm going to have to. That's going to end up having to happen between games, though, because there's basically no way I'll be able to do that mid-set. Or mid-round or anything like that. We still need... I'll tell you guys, I'll tell you the same thing that happened with the last one. If anyone wants to take the picture of me doing this from freaking Combo Breaker and wants to cut it out for me and then send it on the Discord or whatever, I will turn into an emote. If someone wants to cut that out for me, I will turn into an emote. Basically the same thing I did with the other ones. I think more like an automated this word. I don't know how to do that though. Make it where when the point of redemption happens, it automatically goes full screen. Yeah, it's probably that's also probably one of the reasons why it's probably better to the fact that most of my point redemptions are just sound clips rather than all ones.
Who thought this was okay?
Rather than all ones like that, which completely cover the game. Duck. Sorry, it's hard to stare at a blue light and not blink.
Who thought this was okay?
There's also a OBS like stream dock thing or whatever I can buy where I can literally just press a button on the screen and it'll change it. But I don't currently own one of those, and I don't remember how expensive they were. remember at one point forever ago I considered getting one, but I was like, I don't really need one. Sounds good. Have a good night there, Shinigami. Yeah, yeah, Elgato Stream Deck for $1.50.
Here begins Fate's episode. Vicola versus Grimner.
Yeah, I never really thought I needed one to the point where I was like, yeah, I'll spend 100, 150 on them. You guys just gonna keep clipping every single time I just pull up the duck.
Battle 2. Engage.
And yes, I literally just have that duck just sitting on my desk, in case you're wondering. I got multiple things on my deck. I've got on my deck. No, I got on my desk. I've got card game box. I got the card game boxes. I got my stress ball. I got this duck, and I have some of my One Piece statues over there. Well, the majority of them I have on my shelf to my left, but I have some on my desk. Well, primarily One Piece. There are two non-One Piece ones on my desk. Thank you for that. I'm pretty sure I've shown you guys both of them at this point. I'm pretty sure I've shown you guys all the ones that are currently on my desk. So. I don't think I have flippers on my desk. I used to. I'm not sure if I still do. Actually, I probably still do somewhere. I'm sure somewhere on this desk I still have a pair of nail flippers. No, I don't have any. I don't have any dragon eggs on my desk. The only dragons I have in my room are the red eyes black dragon and the blue eyes white dragon, and they're on my shelf to the left. Yeah, I've got some random stuff. I've got a screwdriver for when I need to open my hitbox. Like I said, I got the cards. I got a Nintendo Switch controller as well as a PlayStation 5 controller. I've got the duck, I've got a stress ball, I've got a few statues, I have a few cans of soda left over when I bring them down for lunch. I have Clorox wipes for some reason. I'm not even fully sure why. Some allergy pills, because I need them. Namely, whenever I go to my friend's house who owns a cat. A pair of scissors, for some reason. My glasses. A bunch of $1 bills that I take out of my pocket, throw on my desk, and then forget about. And for the most part, that's basically everything. But then again, that's quite a bit of everything. It's quite a bit of things. So, GG, Senin. Oh yeah, since I got giant camera, I'm going to do giant camera real fast for one thing. For those of you guys who don't watch Demon Slayer, you have no idea who this is. Those of you guys who do watch Demon Slayer, Nezuko. Giant Nezuko. Which is ironic because she's in her tiny form. One of the few non One Piece statues on my desk. She is the most adorable thing alive. Nezuko is the most adorable thing alive. Zenitsu has entered the chat. Probably true. Yeah, I don't have a figure for Zenitsu. I got one for Kaza, one for Inosuke, one for Giryu, and then one for Nezuko. So I've got multiple Demon Slayer statues, but I don't have one for Zenitsu.
Here begins
or ironically enough, I don't have one for Tanjiro either.
Galleon versus Grimner.
Kind of ironic. I've got statues for multiple Demon Slayer characters, but not one of the main character.
Battle 1. Engage.
Then again, Tanjiro is not exactly my favorite Demon Slayer character, so that would be why. Fair enough. Yeah, I cannot wait for the Demon Slayer movies. And the fact that I'm both hyped and also worried for the fact that they're going to be in theaters. But I hope it ends up being being epic since it's in theaters. I saw One Piece film read in theaters. It was awesome. First ever animated appearance of Gear 5th. And you could ask Jake. I lost my mind when I saw Gear 5th on screen. Who's your favorite and why is it Rengoku? I am a big fan of Rengoku. But my favorite character though is Inosuke. That dude just makes me laugh every time he's on screen. Same thing with Nezuko, and she doesn't even talk. So Inosuke and Nezuko are probably my two favorite characters. For basically the same reason, but they accomplish it in two totally different ways. Nezuko makes me laugh without ever speaking, and Inosuke makes me laugh every time he speaks. I wish Rengoku was around longer.
Battle 1. Engage.
How did I miss? Yeah, I'm pretty sure most people would probably be able to guess that Inosuke is my favorite. The sense of humor they write for him in the manga is basically exactly the same type of sense of humor that you guys hear, the same kind of stupid sense of humor that you guys hear me do on stream all the time.
Battle 2. Engage.
Yeah, I don't think that a terrible video game should be the reason to say a game or say a show had problems.
Battle 3. Engage.
And I'll go. And I also read the manga. And that is why I can say I am very excited for the Infinity Castle arc. Oh, okay. Thought you were saying it had multiple issues, including multiple issues, and those include a terrible fighting game. Fair.
Here begins Fate's episode.
Well, and Zambi, unfortunately, not every writer can be Oda and freaking fill in plot holes from 15 years ago, or or explain away plot holes 15 years ago in 15 arcs later.
Battle 2. Engage.
People can like certain animes or manga, and people can hate those exact same anime or manga. It is perfectly okay. It is perfectly okay for both to exist, even though people seem to disagree with that option. That's honestly me. That's honestly me with SAO. I don't consider. I think the first arc of SAO was pretty good. I enjoyed it. Alfheim sucked. I will admit that. I thought Gun Gale was fun, and I thought Alicization and War of the Underworld were both really good. But anytime I've mentioned anything involving SAO, a lot of negative things get brought up. Many of which I agree with. But at the same time, it's like, okay, you're kind of most people seem to just automatically say because Alfheim sucked, the entirety of SAO sucks, including what came after it. I'm like, not for me.
Battle 2.
Very good, very true statement there, Midnight. One that it would definitely be better if more people followed. Gamer far from home. I definitely saw No Way Home in theaters. I'm trying to think if there's any movie I've seen since No Way Home. Have I seen any movies since No Way Home? Or in theaters? I don't think so. Let me see here. Okay, never mind. I saw Spider-Man, still a Spider-Man movie, but I saw Across the Spider-Verse in theaters. So 2023, I think, was the last time I was in the movies. Yeah, I think Across the Spider-Verse was the last movie I saw. And then honestly, I think the last movie I saw before that was Spider-Man: No Way Home. So I think legitimately the last two movies I saw were legitimately two Spider-Man movies. That was the worst movie I've ever seen. Jesus. I remember it was 2022. Okay, never mind. So I saw Spider-Man, then I saw One Piece, and then I saw Spider-Man. I saw it with Jake. I think Jake's cousin and his friend. I think. I don't exactly remember who the other people were with. I was just happy I got to see it in theaters. And I'm sure it'll be the same thing when the Demon Slayer Infinity Castle starts. Yeah, if you think a movie is terrible, you don't go around and you don't leave the theater then then tell other people the movie's terrible. You leave the theater, hear the fact that other people are going to go see the movie, and then once they go inside, you laugh at the fact that they wasted their money seeing a terrible movie. Sounds about as good a plan as any, Reverend. I've probably seen more movies on a plane that have come out in the last 5 years than I have actually seen in theaters.
Here begins Fate's episode. Fairy versus Grimner. Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
What do you mean the movie was so bad? You're just racist towards Red Hole. Joking, obviously.
2. Engage.
I haven't seen it either, but I assume it would help.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage. Great.
That's one thing. That's one thing. I think the first Marvel movies did bad with after they started the shows. Was they started making it basically a requirement in order to see the online series before you can see the movie. I think recently they're starting to try and take that back a little bit. Or in the case of Deadpool, literally have Deadpool tell you exactly what show it's from and what episode it's from. Elias in this? For Loki season 1, episode 3?
Battle 3. Engage.
Shout out to Cinema Sins. Between Cinema Sins and Cinema Wins, I almost feel like I watched the entire movie of some movies. New Marvel game? What about the new Marvel game, Gus?
Grimner versus
MNC, Marvel No Capcom.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage. Battle 2. Engage.
Yeah, it's been quite some time since I've watched any Cinema Sins videos. I think it's also been a while since I've watched any Cinema Wins videos either. I'm still subscribed to them both, but I been a while since I've watched either of them. And also, Cinema Sins has kind of just started just reposting old videos pretty much, just as compilations instead, pretty much. I tell you, let's wait and see if Sentinel, Magneto, or Psylocke are even in the game.
Believe in victory. Battle 1.
I have not seen Sony's new stick, no. Are they giving people clues on for how many buttons is gonna be in the new Marvel game through the new stick?
Battle 2. Engage.
Yep, they're pulling a Grand Blue. What exactly is going to be the downside for using simple inputs? Nobody knows yet, but they're pulling a Grand Blue again. Making it worth this bolt. Yo, Greg. The Greg with the raid of 27. I appreciate that, Greg. And Peanut Butter with the raid. Appreciate that. How you doing, man? How's your stream? So Sony's making a wireless fight stick, huh? Grinding your sheep gameplay as usual. That's always good. Appreciate that, man. I'm just trying to get consistent and add a new goofy combo while practicing for Florida. You know, the thing everyone loves about Grimnir. Right. Exactly what everyone loves about Grimnir. Appreciate that, Greg. I will need it. Do you have any tips for the average bum like you? A, you're definitely not a bum, and B, definitely better than average. And C, as for advice at where your current level is at, probably would be through the power of high level replay channels on YouTube. Try to watch what the top players try to see what the top players who play your characters are doing that you're not doing, and try to implement that into your game. Because even at my level, I still every once in a while I still pull up replay channels to see if there's anything Grimnir players are doing now. Unfortunately, the only replays that have been posted so far for Grimnir have been mine. So unfortunately, I haven't been able to learn much about what Grimnirs are doing now instead right now, but no. I've watched my own replays from tournaments to try to learn from my mistakes, but I don't typically watch my own random online matches that people just steal and put onto their channels. No, it's not even that. I'm not even saying that as I'm not even trying to brag by saying, "Oh yeah, I'm on the high level replay channel." And I'm not even trying to do that. It's literally just I wish they would put some different Grimnirs on there, maybe a new Zenith replay, or the Poulet robots from Europe, or just someone else pretty much. Just so I can see what they're doing now for mid-screen mid-screen Oki, corner Oki. I basically want to see what people are doing now, combo-wise, now that fuzzies are gone. Basically, that's basically what I'm trying. That's what I'm curious about is what people are doing now that fuzzies are gone. Because Obviously, I'm still going to be doing the same old stuff like this. Put a tornado in the way, or go for the off-screen high-low or whatever, right? But what are people doing when they aren't spending 50% on that, or what are they doing mid-screen? Are people still just doing this for a safe jump even though you can fuzzy? Are people going back to doing this? I'm just like I wonder what other Grimnirs are doing now. Now that there's no fuzzes anymore. Grab with the replays yourself, I guess. Yeah, pretty much. Gotta go just to the replay channel and just grab random high point total Grimnirs, I guess, that are not me or you. Yeah, well, at this point also, if I had a problem with people just snatching my replays and posting it, I would have started with Dragon Ball. Although at least with Zeus's though, he would post my Twitch and whatever to try, and that helps get people to my channel. I don't think the Granblue people do that same thing. Yeah, unfortunately, that was me during the few times I posted matches on YouTube. Honestly, it's probably been at least a couple of months since the last time I posted a video on YouTube, if I'm being honest. I'm having a hard time figuring out what to do for YouTube, so I've kind of just ignored it. Besides just streaming on, to be honest, just at this point, whenever I post any video that involves me talking, I have to deal with multiple stuttering comments, which is always fun. And then if I just post gameplay videos, it typically does really bad unless I've got a much bigger name than me attached to it. Like some of the highest, like still like to this day, some of the highest viewed matches on my, highest viewed videos on my channel are is the Dragon Ball matches. One that I did against Syriax, and then one that I did against Garlic Bread. They're still to this day two of the highest viewed videos on my YouTube. Yep, see riffs. Yeah, for the most part, I kind of cooked him. I'm pretty sure he took at least a game though. No, you rather. Thanks for the follow, appreciate it. But yeah, so. But yeah, so that's basically that's basically my situation when it comes to YouTube. I just haven't figured out what to do for it really. Since like I said, either I post just random replays which don't do very well, or I put in effort, or I actually put in effort, do videos where I'm actually talking and going over stuff like the guides I've made and stuff like that. And then I just try to ignore the repeated comments about my stutter, which makes me oh so happy. Makes me oh so happy and makes me never want to speak again on camera.
Battle 2. Engage.
Not particularly. Well, when I was younger, it did. Because when I was younger, I stuttered a whole lot more than I do now. And according to Jake, who's now known me for 5-6 years now, he says that I stutter a lot less now than I did back when you first met me. Probably because of the fact that I now spend every day talking with you guys. Alright, there's a reason for that, Salsa. That's basically the reason behind my stutter. Or at least that's what freaking the speech doctors always said. Basically, the reason behind my stutter is the fact that that's what it put it. Basically, my brain will start thinking about what it wants to say, but by the time my
Believe in victory. Battle
I'm
1.
trying to think of the best way to put this. My mouth moves faster than my brain. How about that? That was a simple way to put it. If I stop and think before I speak, I don't stutter as much. But if I just keep saying things and talk quickly, like I tend to do, then I end up stuttering. I'm doing alright, Makona. How you doing? Were there the heavy mix of characters in this game? I guess she could be. I don't know, this game isn't all that much of a mix-up heavy game. Well, La Diva is the definition of strike throw. But yeah, so that's basically the reason why I stutter, or supposedly the reason behind my stutter. It's basically just my mouth moving faster than my brain. But if I slow down and think about what I want to say before I actually speak, I tend not to stutter nearly as much. Issue is, if it was that simple for me to do that, I probably wouldn't stutter very much now, would I? One of the reasons why we like to think that I'm good at fighting games, and B, I'm good at A, the characters I play, and B, don't like the Shoto characters, is because I like, or my brain is built to think 5-6 steps ahead rather than stay as is, to where like, okay, so I kind of said, I kind of said it backwards earlier pretty much. I will think about what I want to say, but my mouth will start saying what I'm thinking, but my brain will think about what I want to say 3 or 4 sentences later. I guess it's probably more so what I meant. So basically, when I'm talking about this or that, my brain is already thinking about that freaking 5 steps later. Hence why hence why we joke about how I'm really good at the set play, has a lot of options, gotta think 5 steps ahead type of characters. So the setup characters are Grimnir, every Orboki / setup or baiting or whatever of Grimnir, but things of that nature tend to work better for me than the more straightforward Shoto characters. So like the Jitas, the Grands, the Gokus, the characters that with a much more straightforward game plan don't quite work as well for me, just because my brain seems to be more hot-wired to think 5-6 steps later rather than what's currently happening. So that's probably more so what, or that's pretty much, or at least that's what I was told on why I stutter like I do. And why I can literally go, sometimes I'll go long periods of time without stuttering a single time, and then you guys will hear me stutter over the same sentence like 5 times right afterwards. That's why some people don't even realize I have a stutter, and other people notice it like that. I don't know why, or I don't know what causes it. It's not like I stop and think about what I'm going to say more often sometimes than others. Sometimes I do, like during these streams when we're talking about something specifically, I'll think about how I want to put it or how I want to word it, and then I won't stutter it because I'm thinking about it a lot like that. But other times, like I said, while during these streams, for example, There'll be times I think about things and then speak, and there are times where I won't. But sometimes I'll still stutter, and sometimes I won't. I really don't know. Like I said, I like to think I'm better at it now than I once was, courtesy again of talking to you guys basically every day for the last like 5 years. Plus, I probably recall like no stuttering. Probably because I spent most of my time saying "boo, near player, boo." You know I love you, Beluga. It's all good then. You know I love you. Long since time has passed since I actually meant that, but now it's just a joke. Grimnir. Ha 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 ha. How far are you in Xenoblade 2? Not very far. We freed Nia and we're about to leave town. We'll be continuing that tomorrow. So we'll be leaving town tomorrow. Speech therapy by way of Twitch? Kind of. Because I did take speech class when I was in elementary school. Most of it just ended up basically being reading books out loud, reading flashcards out loud, and then trying to slow down my speech. Make sure to pronounce everything properly. Think about what I am saying before I speak it. Just make sure to talk nice and slow so people can understand it and you will understand it. And then, like, right after class, I go back to talking like this. He thrusts his fists against the post and still insists he sees the ghost. I don't recognize that one though, sorry. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, how many pickled peppers did Peter Piper pick? It's been a while since I've said that one. I used to be really good at saying that one. And most of the time, if I'm just straight reading something, or especially if I'm just singing something, like, if you guys have heard me sing God knows how many freaking times on this channel, and most of the time it's just completely random. Or just a random song just gets in my head or whatever. And I pretty much never, and I basically never stutter when I'm singing. Unique New York, unique New York, unique New York, unique New York, unique New York. I cannot even tell you how many freaking times I've had to do those tongue twitchers. Tongue twisters, my god. How do I do the freaking tongue twisters fine, but then I call them tongue twitchers when I try to say that? That's crazy. But yeah, I've done many tongue twisters during my time. But yeah, so basically, I'll just randomly start singing songs from time to time. I honestly don't even know why. I blame the radio. I blame my random brain. I don't know, like even earlier when Team Rocket got mentioned, I don't remember how Team Rocket got mentioned, but Team Rocket got mentioned, and then I just started randomly singing the Team Rocket. I don't think it's no, it's not their theme. I think the song was literally just called Double Trouble. I think it was just called Double Trouble. It was from the original season. they called me Meowth. Don't remember why someone claimed themselves as James and the other Jesse. And then I'm pretty sure Durr said she was Jesse. I don't remember who said was James. And then I was told I'm Meowth. And I said Zane FGC. That's right. Meowth. No, I'm legitimately on AFK right now, just talking with you guys. It's easier to do that rather than go for a pure stop. In fact, there were a few times where I had myself not on AFK, but I was trying to explain something or I was talking about something and I didn't want to hop into the match, so I just paused the screen. But it's easier to be on AFK and let the screen actually be showing stuff rather than just be sitting on the pause menu the whole time. Oh, it's from it. Huh. I used to say it helped with the stutter, the bit in the stories that penalize taunts him, but then it brings back the stutter. Ah, cheerful. And except for me, it's not freaking Pennywise the Clown, it's just random YouTube comments. Like, I got one yesterday on my Grimnir guide asking me why I'm animation canceling my words. It's like it's like even with when I do guides and I try and be nice, I try and do a good thing, be a nice guy, post a guide to help people, and then I just get comments saying shit about my stutter, and I'm like, see, great. It's like I try and be nice, I try and be good, I try and help people with the characters I know how to play. And then I try to keep my stuttering to a minimum, but when you do an hour long video, or in the case of my Beerus one, and freaking 2.5 hours I think it ended up being, including the updates, it's hard to not stutter at least at some points. Because I tell you one thing, when Dash Fight asked me to do a short guide on Beerus, this was years ago, and the guide literally was only like 12 minutes long, it took me 2 hours. Actually, probably longer than 2 hours. Actually, I think it took me longer than 2 hours, probably closer to 3, in order to get the parts done. Because of the fact that I was so worried about having my stutter in a video on Dash Fight that every time I stuttered a single time, I would stop and then start over. Not the entire thing I put into parts, because I ain't that crazy. But yeah, so every time for specific parts, every time I stuttered, I would stop, delete, start that part over again. Until I finished every single part. I know. It's a part of being online, which is fine. It's like I said, it's basically expected at this point. But it definitely makes me. I'm already unsure what the hell I want to do when it comes to YouTube content, since. Basically, the only videos I've ever made that do well pretty much are guides, but I only have so many guides that I can make pretty much. And then whenever I do post anything involving me speaking, half the comments are thank you, and the other half are comments like, dude, you stutter. I'm just like, ugh. And then the other ones where I don't talk just end up being random match videos, and they never do very well. Also, they're also incredibly lazy, and I don't really like doing those. So yeah, I'm just not sure what to do when it comes to YouTube stuff. The joys of having a voice that's made to be heard, but having a stutter that's made to be silent. Bad combo. Bad combo. play at least let's try and get at least another game. Let's try and get at least one more game. Good, I'm glad you enjoy it that much then. I definitely try. I put in a lot of effort on all those guides to get everything I can possibly think of.
Here begins fate's
Basically anything I could possibly think of that I would want in a guide, I basically tried to put in those guides. And my god, that Beerus one was a piece of work.
Victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Oops. Yeah, for the most part, most fighting game people, for the most part, are pretty good. Are honestly pretty good people. Like, I've played multiple sports growing up. Played of course multiple games growing up, but I didn't exactly play competitive games really until League. And I can say pretty much across all of the sports I played, across all the games I played. Also, what the hell was that? Fighting game people, for the most part, are honestly probably the nicest community I've been in. It's just that because of the reputation of money matches, shit talking, and everything, a lot of times people tend to think that most top players all act like that, or all talk to everyone like that. Or you hear stories about or League of Legends players all being the most toxic individuals known to mankind. And to be fair, they kind of are. As someone who tried to get into competitive League, they are. But for the most part, people on the FGC are good people. There are definitely some bad eggs. I will not say otherwise. But for the most part, they're good people. Well, no, this isn't fighting game related, but it is somewhat related to what you were talking about being intimidated. So this was, I want to say probably 10, 11 years ago. Actually, no. I had to be so probably 12 or 13 years ago. I was bowling at a round one with my coach for a session, and he told me the day of, or he asked me if I was okay if he brought on some other students that he was going to start coaching, and I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? And they end up being two of them, a brother and sister. I want to say at the time he was 10 and I think she was 12 or 13. I think I was like 19. I was like 19 at the time, and at that time I was decently overweight still at that time. So I was like 250, I think, or just shy of 250. So like 10 pounds heavier than I am right now. So basically, they're walking in. I'm at that point, close to a semi-pro bowler, 6'1", 6'2", broad-shouldered big dude, right? and this is years later because I end up being friends with the sister for years afterwards. And she told me she was telling me that the story of how the first time she was like scared and intimidated for the first time she walked in and saw me because I look like a very not nice person. And basically, no other way of putting it. Basically, she said I looked intimidating, I looked scary, and I looked like I would be like a very unfriendly individual and someone that you should try to steer clear of. And I always remember her telling me that because I, to this day, find that really funny. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure when it comes to the fighting game crowd, I'm probably even more so. Although I can tell you that that part was true, especially for the fighting. For when I first started everything with the fighting game crowd, once I started getting known in that sense. Because my first ever appearance. Okay, live you have a good night there, Makuna. So basically, my first ever appearance in the FGC, on like a global scale, in a matter of speaking, I guess basically, was the U.S. regional finals for Dragon Ball in France. And while I'm there, Posey gave me the nickname the Joker, basically evil dude, completely out of his mind, right? But always with an evil grin on his face. And that's where he gave me the nickname in the first place, was because I spent probably a good 5-6 hours straight fighting against Nitro. And the entire time, Posey said I still had a smirk or a grin on my face, and he had never seen a single person ever fight Nitro for that long and still smile by the end of it. So he gave me the nickname the Joker from that. And then from that point, and Yipes then helped because after I won a match against, I think it was after I beat Pred, Yipes was like, I don't know if Zane is the hero or the villain. So I was like, I don't know if he's the hero or the villain. And then people see me staring at the camera. They see me glance at my opponent, and I've got a look in my eye that says, "I'm going to kill you." They see me give an evil smirk, and then people are just like, "Yeah, Zane is a one angry evil motherfucker." And then like after that tournament was over, and people started coming to my streams because I'm a known because people actually learned who I was. I wasn't just this random net player anymore, and people were just so confused, like why I'm just randomly laughing on stream, why I'm smiling, why they're like, you are not what I expected. Basically, I was just like constantly told by people who would join in my streams for the first time. They're just like, you're really not what I expected. You're really not that mean of a guy, are you? I'm like, no. Like, sorry to disappoint, but no. You don't go no fucking smile nowhere. No, I'm smiling and laughing half my time at tournaments, but whenever I'm playing seriously, I don't show emotion pretty much whenever I'm playing typically. I'm just full on staring at the camera. Like half the time, eyebrows down, just like I'm not mad, I'm not angry, I'm not trying to piss anybody off. It's just the look I do when I'm fully focused on something. My mom told me she can find photos of me fucking 25, 24 whatever years ago of me playing like little tiny kids basketball, and I had the exact same look on my face. She can literally pull up pictures of little tiny Zane from way back ago with me playing basketball with the same exact look. Before you found my stream, you thought I'd kill people in the parking lot. I don't know if I should take that as an insult or a compliment there, Sasa. There's no. No, there are some people who piss me off or tick me the wrong way to say for sure. I wouldn't be human otherwise, but for the most part I try and be a nice guy. Not what I'm playing. Whatever I'm playing, my opponent can die a very painful death, and basically my goal in game is to make sure that they die a very painful death. But oh yeah, true. Sorry, I'm a robot. Tyrant? Who gave me Cyborg? Was it Tyrant or Damascus? It was one of them. It was either Tyrant or Damascus. One of them gave me the nickname the Cyborg. I think it was Tyrant. Posey gave me the nickname the Joker, and I think Tyrant gave me the nickname Cyborg. Since I basically show no emotion when I play, and then after I win or right before I play, I've got an evil smirk like the Joker. It was Damascus. Okay, it was one of them. I didn't remember which, but it was one of them. And then the other picked it up pretty quickly. Because basically whenever I'm in the US commentators like Posey, Jake, Ringe, they would use the Joker nickname. But then when I went to UFA, Damascus and Tyrant kept using the Cyborg nickname. So I think the US commentators use the Joker, and then the European commentators were using Cyborg. Yeah, going from losing a $900,000 money match from first to second. Yeah, the U.S. sucks. We hate immigrants, and the U.S. sucks. And because of that, I don't get to see Tyrant next week. I only get to see the FG. Yeah, go ahead. I only get to see the FGC people only so many times each year. What happened? Tyrant's work visa, the paperwork and everything is not going very well. So Tyrant was forced to go back to the UK, and is now struggling basically to get back here. So Tyrant right now is stuck back in the UK. So yeah, we suck. I'm not going to bring up anything about politics, but we suck. That's kind of, yeah. And Tyrant's a big Marvel dude. So I think it's probably and quite literally killing Tyrant right now. The fact that he wasn't able to make and post and stream his reaction and talk all day about Marvel no Capcom. But yeah, so yeah, we suck. Yep, he is quite literally stuck there where exploring his options to get back to Florida as soon as possible. I'm assuming he's staying with family up there. Yeah, unfortunately. No, so I think actually it might be. I'm not fully sure exactly what documents he need or messed up his visa. Okay, I know his work. I know he talked about how his work visa was like he signed up like forever ago for a work visa here, and then it like just never went through or something, or he just never got it. Yeah, like I said, I only get to see people only so often each year. So the fact that I'm not going to get to see Tyron next week is no fun. Hopefully he'll be back before Evo. But I know I ain't seeing him. I know I ain't seeing him next week. Not next week though. Sure, Gaba. Why not? Password's 1234. Name's the room name is Z. Yeah, fingers crossed that he'll be able to get back in and go to Evo. But at the same time, even if he does get back in before Evo, with the costs and everything, I'm not sure he'll even be able to go to Evo. Because flying to Evo from Florida probably ain't cheap.
Grimner versus Festiva.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying that as in Tyron more than likely had to pay to go to London, and then once everything goes through, he's going to have to pay to go from London back to Florida. Is what I mean. So after he does all that, he's going to have is he then going to pay for a trip to Evo? Would be the question.
Battle 2. Engage.
I don't know if commentators get their flights paid for or just their hotels. But I'm sure either or would definitely help. Jabali? As far as I'm aware of Jabali is, yeah.
Battle 1. Engage.
I've never actually had a conversation with the guy. Funny enough, the only time I really ever heard Jabali talk at all, pretty much actually was during Frosty Faust things, and it was just to complain that Granblue was taking too long. Which, to be fair, we were practically an hour late, so I couldn't exactly blame him for that. Oh God. Yeah, well, to be fair, the dude broke what was it, a $2,000 light. If anything, Jabali underreacted for that. He grabbed his chair from in the wrestling ring, tossed it out of the ring, and broke one of the lights.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Okay, Reverend. Fingers crossed. He gets a commentary gig at Evo. And that'll help him pay for his trip to Evo. Yes, Arcana. I think right now Tyrant is primarily commentating at, I want to say, Grand Blue and Street Fighter. Sounds good. Have a good rest of your night there, Reverend. I'm probably going to be hopping off once I finish this first F5. Play Cyber Dragons. Well, K9 Cyber Dragons are actually pretty good in the OCG right now. They're not they're only like tier 2, but hey, they're decent. Unfortunately, they're not as good as K9. Just had the name. I have Anchor Souls. Nice. I did not order one, and at some point I'll probably get one. Eventually. When? I don't know. At some point I will. At the moment, there's no games for the Switch 2 that I actually care about. Ironically enough, the games I care most about on the Switch 2 right now are Pokemon's Colosseum and XD Gale Darkness. And I'm not exactly in so much of a hurry to get those games to where I'm going to where I'm worrying about pre-ordering on the Switch 2. There again.
Believe in victory.
4 hours to kill? Yeah, okay. Not too much longer then. So have they outside of Mario Kart World, have they announced any other games that are coming to Switch, that are coming to exclusively Switch 2?
Believe in victory.
Okay.
Battle
Then yeah, I'm
one.
not exactly.
Engage.
Then yeah, I'm not exactly. Then yeah, I'm not exactly. Then I'm not exactly rushing right now to go get me a Switch 2. Then.
Great.
Okay, I didn't get my tornado. That sucks because I'm fairly confident saying he's going to die.
Two. Engage.
What is the range on that, dude? Yeah, though I'm not having problems with my Switch, so like I said, I'm not exactly rushing at this point. Okay. Once there's more stuff I actually care about, I'll get it. I'll get it then. Until then, I'm not exactly in a rush.
Battle two. Engage. Great.
GG's, Gala. Of course. Yeah, his headbutt now can just ignore my EX tornado. Lovely. And light command grab just beats half my block strings. Lovely. Why? I'm assuming that's the anti-air grab. Yeah, I was nowhere near you, and I still got grabbed. Anyway. Yeah, sure. I gotta start getting better at punishing just random headbutts to kill my tornado, and I gotta get better at ducking the lariats. I was already bad at doing it when it was slow. Now it's even worse trying to do it now that it's fast. Yeah, the issue is I duck the ultimate one rather than dodging it. Appreciate it. Have a good night, Gabba. And there's basically no one streaming Grand Blue right now. Someone out there in the Twitch Dreamland, give me someone to raid.
リプレイを保存しておくといい。見直すことで発見を得ることも多いからな。
Not many people up right now, and not many people streaming fighting games right now. I currently make up 80% of the total Grand Blue viewer count right now. Yeah, I'll just rate up. We'll rate Absolute. Have a good night. Have a good night there, Zambi. Yeah, we'll just rate Absolute. She's playing some Tekken right now. We'll transition, and then I'll say thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it. For a good quick shout out, as always, to the Greg, as well as the Kazunkai with the raids. I appreciate it, and I'll do that hydrate for you, Zampi. But like I said, that's going to be it for me. Tomorrow we'll be back playing through some Xenoblade 2. And for those of you guys who care about the fighting games, what I know is most of you will be back on Friday with more Grand Blue as per usual. So until then, hope you guys have a good rest of your day, night, wherever time with you guys, because time zones, as always, are a very weird thing. Until next time, I will touch you guys later. Bye, guys.